every generation thinks it's going to be the one to find Cleopatra. It's easy to see why. The last queen of Egypt didn't simply die. She left history the way only a true icon can, in a blur of ceremony, rumour, gold, grief, and performance, leaving behind not just a corpse, but a puzzle. For more than 2,000 years, archaeologists, historians, classicists, divers, treasure hunters, and incurable romantics have tried to answer the same question. Where exactly did the most famous woman of the ancient world choose to rest? Or perhaps more tantalizingly, where did she choose to disappear? That distinction matters, because Cleopatra was not the sort of ruler who left anything important to chance. She understood image, she understood theatre, she understood the political power of being seen, and just as importantly, the power of controlling what others would never see. If her death was choreographed, and much about it appears to have been, then her burial may have been too. And that possibility has kept the search alive. Cleopatra, the seventh. The name alone carries enough drama to make Shakespeare blush. Even stripped of myth, it still glitters with the accumulated weight of centuries. She was the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt, the final descendant of a Greek royal house founded after the death of Alexander the Great. By the time she came to the throne, the old world was already trembling. Egypt was wealthy, ancient, symbolically powerful, and strategically irresistible. Rome, meanwhile, was expanding with the hungry inevitability of a storm front. Egypt was not merely another kingdom. It was grain, gold, prestige, memory, religion, and spectacle. And everyone wanted it. Unlike the familiar stereotype Hollywood has loved to lacquer and exaggerate, like the exotic seductress floating through palace corridors, trailing perfume and eyeliner, for example, the real Cleopatra was formidable in ways that are both more interesting and more dangerous. Ancient sources, even hostile Roman ones, make clear that she was highly educated, politically agile, and intellectually impressive. She's said to have spoken multiple languages, perhaps as many as 9 according to later tradition, and unlike many of her Ptolemaic ancestors, she likely spoke Egyptian as well as Greek. She understood rhetoric, diplomacy, naval power, dynastic symbolism, and the strange, volatile psychology of Roman ambition. She knew that charm was useful, but she also knew charm was never enough on its own. Her story has the shape of legend because it sits at the crossroads of several collapsing worlds. She became queen as a teenager in a dynasty already famous for its instability, sibling marriages, palace intrigues, and occasional habit of resolving political disagreement through murder. The Ptolemies had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries, preserving Greek elite culture while wrapping themselves in the imagery and religious symbolism of the pharaohs. Cleopatra inherited all of that. The Greek court, the Egyptian throne, the old divine symbolism, the new Roman danger. And she proved alarmingly good at navigating it. Her relationships with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony were not side notes to her reign. They were central political maneuvers within the geopolitical crisis of the age. To say she seduced the most powerful men in Rome is the version history tends to tell when it wants powerful women to seem decorative instead of strategic. The reality is both less tidy and more impressive. Cleopatra formed alliances with Caesar and Antony because Egypt's survival depended on Roman politics and because she knew how to make herself indispensable within that system. She did not merely survive among predators. For a time, she made them orbit her. But stories like this rarely end in peace. After Caesar's assassination, Rome spiraled into civil war. Mark Antony emerged as one of the dominant figures of the Roman world, and his alliance, political, military, and romantic, with Cleopatra created something that looked, from Rome's perspective, increasingly intolerable. In Roman propaganda, especially under Octavian, Cleopatra became the perfect villain. Foreign, wealthy, theatrical, feminine, dangerous, Eastern. She was cast as the corrupting force pulling Antony away from Roman virtue and toward decadent monarchy. It was brilliant propaganda and devastatingly effective. By the time the conflict culminated at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, the stakes were immense. Antony and Cleopatra were defeated. Their forces crumbled, their options narrowed. Octavian advanced. The ancient world was closing in. Cleopatra retreated to Alexandria. That city, glittering and unstable, was no ordinary capital. Founded by Alexander the Great, Alexandria had long been one of the marvels of the Mediterranean, a city of palaces, temples, processions, scholars, warehouses, royal docks, and impossible cultural layering. Greek in language, Egyptian in setting, Mediterranean in ambition, it was both a real city and a stage set for empire. Cleopatra ruled from there, and she understood its symbolism intimately. According to Plutarch, she had already prepared a mausoleum there years before her death. That detail is one of the most haunting in the whole story. A mausoleum. Not just a tomb, but a carefully imagined final space. A monument, a secure chamber, a place that was part treasury, part sanctuary, part statement. Ancient accounts describe it as a grand structure stocked with gold, silver, pearls, royal ornaments, and precious goods. It may also have contained documents, ceremonial items, and whatever else a queen expected would matter in the final crisis. It was meant, perhaps, as insurance, or as theatre, or both. A place to die on her own terms if the world refused her any others. When Octavian entered Alexandria in 30 BCE, the end came quickly, though not quietly. Cleopatra barricaded herself inside her tomb or mausoleum. The final scenes of her life, as preserved in ancient writers like Plutarch, are almost absurdly theatrical in the best possible way. High tragedy performed on a collapsing imperial stage. Mark Antony, having received false word that Cleopatra was dead, attempted to take his own life. Mortally wounded but not yet gone, he was brought to her. And then comes one of history's most unforgettable images. Unable or unwilling to open the tomb to the Romans outside, Cleopatra and her attendants are said to have hauled Antony up to her through a window or doorway with ropes, lifting his bleeding body into the mausoleum. He died in her arms. If it sounds operatic, that is because it essentially was. Antony, once one of the most powerful men in the Roman world, ends not on a battlefield, but in the arms of a queen inside a sealed tomb stocked for death. It is difficult to imagine a more Roman ending, or a more Egyptian one. Cleopatra knew what came next if she lived. Octavian intended to take her to Rome and display her in triumph, a living emblem of conquest. Roman triumphs were part military parade, part political theatre, part ritual humiliation. Kings, queens, captives, and enemies could be marched through the streets before execution or imprisonment. Cleopatra, who had spent her life mastering spectacle, had no intention of becoming someone else's spectacle. So she chose death. At least that is the broad outline. The exact details are another matter entirely. The traditional story is famous. Cleopatra took her life with the bite of an asp, usually imagined as an Egyptian cobra, smuggled into the tomb in a basket of figs. It is cinematic. It is symbolic. It is almost too perfect. The serpent carried rich associations in Egypt, where cobras were linked with royalty, divine protection, and the uraeus worn on the pharaoh's brow. For Roman writers, meanwhile, the story added an exotic, sensual, faintly decadent flavour to her end, which made it irresistible. But modern historians have long been uneasy with the practicality of it. Would a cobra behave on cue? Would it kill reliably and neatly? Could it be smuggled in so conveniently? Would it leave the serene tableau later described? Maybe. But maybe not. Some scholars suspect poison instead. Perhaps a carefully prepared mixture, perhaps concealed in a hairpin, comb, or ointment. Poison would have been easier to control, easier to administer, and perhaps more consistent with Cleopatra's intelligence and planning. She was not a woman likely to entrust her last political act to the moods of a reptile. Whatever the method, the result was the same. When Octavian's men entered, they found Cleopatra dead. The image they reported has never quite left the historical imagination. Cleopatra lying on a golden bed, dressed in royal robes. Her attendants, Iris and Charmian, nearby or dying beside her. One still adjusting the diadem on her mistress's head, according to some accounts, as if even in death protocol had to be observed. The scene is almost impossibly composed. A queen prepared for eternity. Not broken, not dragged, not humiliated. Presented. Whether every detail is true hardly matters at this point. The image endured because it captured something psychologically convincing about Cleopatra. She would not have wanted to die chaotically. She would have wanted the last image to be exact. And then Octavian, so the sources say, ordered that she be buried with Antony, together. It is a detail both politically convenient and emotionally devastating. But where? That is where the trail begins to dissolve. The most obvious assumption is that Cleopatra was buried somewhere in or near Alexandria, the city she ruled, loved, reshaped, and infused with her political identity. If she had prepared a mausoleum there, and if Antony died there, then Alexandria is the natural place to look. But Alexandria is one of the most difficult archaeological environments in the ancient world. Time has not been kind to it. Over 2 millennia, the city has suffered earthquakes, subsidence, coastal changes, tsunamis, invasions, quarrying, rebuilding, and the relentless pressure of continuous urban life. Ancient Alexandria lies not beneath an empty desert waiting politely for excavation, but beneath a dense modern city and beneath the waters of its harbour. The royal quarter, once full of palaces, gardens, quays, ceremonial buildings, and perhaps royal tombs, has been partly lost beneath the Mediterranean. Do you remember Thonis Heracleion from our latest episode? Yep, it gets complicated. This means that the Cleopatra search is not merely a treasure hunt, it is a race against geology, architecture, and urban survival. Marine archaeologists working in the submerged parts of Alexandria have uncovered spectacular remains. Colossal statues, sphinxes, temple fragments, columns, blocks from monumental buildings, coins and objects from the Ptolemaic world, including items linked to Cleopatra's era. These underwater discoveries have confirmed what many suspected. Large portions of the ancient royal district did indeed collapse or sink beneath the harbour. This has made the underwater zone one of the most tantalising possible locations for Cleopatra's tomb. Because if her mausoleum stood in the royal quarter, it may now lie underwater. Cracked, buried in silt, broken by seismic violence, and hidden beneath centuries of marine sediment. It is a romantic possibility, but also a difficult one. Underwater archaeology is painstaking, expensive, limited by visibility, preservation conditions, and modern infrastructure. Even when remains are found, identifying a specific building as Cleopatra's tomb would require extraordinary evidence. Still, the idea is irresistible. The queen lying beneath the Mediterranean, her mausoleum sealed by water and time, while fishing boats cross above. It has the right, tragic grandeur. Then there is the other great contender, Taposiris Magna. Located west of Alexandria, this temple complex has become one of the most compelling and heavily publicized sites in the modern search. Dedicated to Osiris and associated with the cult of Isis, it offers precisely the kind of symbolic environment that makes archaeologists hopeful and storytellers practically vibrate. The central modern figure here is Kathleen Martinez, a Dominican lawyer turned archaeologist whose commitment to the search has become part of the legend in its own right. For nearly 2 decades, she has pursued the theory that Cleopatra and Antony may have been buried at Taposiris Magna rather than in central Alexandria. Her reasoning is not arbitrary. Cleopatra carefully associated herself with Isis, the great goddess of kingship, motherhood, magic, and divine femininity. In Ptolemaic royal propaganda, rulers often linked themselves to gods, but Cleopatra seems to have done so with unusual intensity and intelligence. Antony, in turn, could be aligned symbolically with Osiris, Isis's divine consort who dies and is restored. If Cleopatra was staging her own memory, and she almost certainly was, then burial in a sacred setting linked to Isis and Osiris would make deep symbolic sense. Where better for the queen and her lover to lie than a temple devoted to the divine pair whose identities they had so carefully echoed? Over the years, Martinez's excavations at Taposiris Magna have yielded a steady stream of intriguing finds. Coins bearing Cleopatra's image, artifacts from the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, burial shafts, mummies, ceremonial spaces, architectural remains that suggest the site retained importance during precisely the era in question. These discoveries do not prove Cleopatra is buried there, but they keep the theory alive. And then came one of the most dramatic developments. The discovery of a substantial subterranean tunnel beneath the temple, carved through rock, long, carefully engineered, and unlike the casual drift of natural formation. Reports described it as an engineering miracle, which, while a phrase journalists do enjoy, is not entirely unfair. The tunnel's scale and construction suggest serious purpose. Could it lead to hidden chambers? Could it connect to a royal burial zone? Could it merely be part of the temple's infrastructure, water management, or ritual architecture? All are possible. And so the excitement surges, then pauses, then surges again. Every few years, headlines confidently announce that Cleopatra's tomb may be close, or found, or all but within reach. Then the sand settles. The evidence remains suggestive, not conclusive. The mystery breathes on. Skepticism, to be fair, is not unreasonable. Many archaeologists admire Martinez's persistence while remaining cautious about the conclusions. Taposiris Magna is important, yes. It has Ptolemaic connections, yes. It aligns with Isis symbolism, yes. But no inscription yet says, in effect, Cleopatra lies here. No royal burial assemblage has emerged with unmistakable identification. No sealed chamber containing Antony and Cleopatra has been opened. Archaeology rarely rewards desire so neatly. But this is part of what makes the tomb hunt so enduring. The evidence can sustain hope without settling the question. It is just strong enough to keep everyone coming back. The difficulty lies partly in Cleopatra's dual identity. She was both Greek and Egyptian, a Macedonian dynast ruling an ancient Egyptian kingdom, a Hellenistic monarch who embraced pharaonic imagery, a queen in the Mediterranean political world and a divine ruler in the Egyptian religious imagination. Her burial, if planned by her or by those loyal to her, would likely have reflected that fusion. That means we do not know exactly what to look for. A Greek-style mausoleum decorated with Egyptian religious iconography, an Egyptian sacred burial complex inflected with Hellenistic royal taste, a hidden shrine to Isis, a palace tomb later swallowed by the sea, a hybrid form unlike anything fully preserved elsewhere. All possible. None proven. That ambiguity has complicated every search. Cleopatra's tomb may not fit the neat categories archaeologists prefer. It may not announce itself in the way a pharaonic royal burial or Roman mausoleum would. It may be more layered, more theatrical, more private. More Cleopatra, in other words. There is also the matter of Octavian. When he conquered Egypt, his goal was not merely military victory. It was narrative control. He needed Antony defeated, Cleopatra neutralized, and Egypt absorbed into Roman power. The fewer opportunities people had to turn Cleopatra into a martyr or nationalist symbol, the better. A grand public cult around her tomb would not have served Roman interests. This has led many historians to suspect that her burial, though perhaps dignified, was intentionally discreet, private, managed, perhaps even concealed. Octavian reportedly allowed her burial with Antony, but that does not mean he wanted the site celebrated. A hidden or modestly marked tomb would solve several political problems at once. It would honour the dead enough to appear magnanimous while preventing the grave from becoming a centre of resistance, pilgrimage, or nostalgia. If that happened, it worked astonishingly well. Because after the first ancient references, the location vanishes. and yet Cleopatra herself never vanished. That is one of the strangest parts of the whole mystery. Her body disappeared. Her legend became immortal. From Plutarch onward, writers have never been able to leave her alone. Roman authors were fascinated by her because she represented everything Rome both desired and feared. Luxury, intelligence, sensuality, monarchy, spectacle, the East. Later ages each remade her in their own image. Medieval writers turned her into moral example or tragic warning. Renaissance dramatists, most famously Shakespeare, made her blazing, witty, and catastrophic. Painters draped her in velvet and pearls. Victorian artists made her languorous and jewelled. Hollywood turned her into a cinematic supernova. Each version says as much about the culture creating her as it does about Cleopatra herself. The temptress, the strategist, the goddess queen, the doomed lover, the last pharaoh, the femme fatale, the patriot, the manipulator, the victim, the genius. She contains them all because history never quite agreed how to look at a woman who played empire at its own game. But beneath all those reinventions lies a more haunting truth. Cleopatra's tomb, wherever it is not only about Cleopatra. It is about endings. With her death, the long line of pharaonic Egypt effectively came to its final close. Egypt did not disappear, of course, but the independent kingdom of the pharaohs, in all its layered, evolving 3,000-year continuity, yielded to Rome. One civilization did not simply conquer another. One historical world gave way to another order altogether. Cleopatra stands at that hinge. She is the final sovereign moment before annexation, the last ruler in that ancient line, the last great figure who could still present herself not only as monarch, but as living embodiment of the old sacred kingship tied to the Nile, the gods, the temples, and the memory of pharaohs. To find her tomb would therefore mean more than identifying a burial. It would mean touching the seam where worlds changed. That is why the search feels so charged. To stand before Cleopatra's coffin, if it survives, would be to stand before the exact point where myth and mortality collided. The makeup of the legend would suddenly have bones beneath it. We would see not only the woman of poetry and propaganda, but the material choices of her last circle, the craftsmanship of the burial, the symbolism of the objects, the messages encoded in architecture, the care or haste or grandeur of the final arrangement. Was she buried in gold, in marble, in Greek elegance, in Egyptian sacred style? With Antony beside her? With royal insignia? With the symbols of Isis? With political restraint imposed by Rome? Every possibility opens another window into the moment of transition between Republic and Empire, between Hellenistic kingdom and Roman province, between performance and silence. No wonder every generation wants to be the one to find her. And maybe, just maybe, that is also why she remains hidden. Because Cleopatra, who outmaneuvered courtiers, negotiated with dictators, commanded fleets, and turned her own image into an instrument of power, may have understood that mystery is a kind of immortality. A queen with a known grave becomes a relic. A queen without one becomes a legend. Maybe obscurity served her better than a monument ever could. Maybe the vanishing of her tomb was not failure, but triumph. A final refusal to be possessed. a last victory over Rome, archaeologists, biographers, filmmakers, and everyone else who has tried to pin her down ever since. That may be too poetic for strict history, but then Cleopatra has never belonged to strict history alone. Until someone opens the right chamber, beneath temple stone, beneath city streets, beneath harbour silt, beneath centuries of hope and error, Cleopatra will remain exactly where she has always been most powerful, half in history, half in performance, and wholly beyond our reach. Untouchable, unforgettable, and forever waiting to be found. If you were to make a list of history's most sought-after objects, the Ark of the Covenant, Atlantis, El Dorado, the Holy Grail would still sit at the top, quietly gleaming in the shadows of human imagination. More than just a cup. It's a paradox in polished form, sacred yet elusive, eternal yet invisible, half faith and half fantasy. It has inspired kings, knights, monks, and madmen. It's fueled crusades and conspiracy theories, inspired poets and painters, and, in true modern fashion, sold quite a few movie tickets. For something that no one has ever actually seen, the Grail has managed to change the world. And that may be the first mystery worth noticing. Most legendary objects begin with something tangible. A ruin, a relic, a place on a map, a report by a traveller. The Grail begins, instead, as an absence. It is one of the most famous treasures in human history, yet it arrives in the historical record strangely late, half-defined, and wrapped in symbolism from the start. It feels ancient, but much of what people think they know about it was shaped not in the 1st century, but in the imagination of medieval Europe. That strange tension between relic and story, between sacred history and poetic invention, is exactly what gives the Grail its power. Let's start with what the Grail is supposed to be, or rather, what it became. In its simplest, earliest Christianized form, the Holy Grail is the cup used by Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, later used to catch his blood as he hung on the cross. In that form, it becomes more than a vessel. It is the container of sacrifice, the keeper of divine presence, a physical object somehow touching both mortality and eternity. A cup becomes a bridge between worlds. It holds wine at supper, blood at crucifixion, and eventually all the longing of Christendom. But there's a catch. The Bible never mentions it. Not once do the canonical Gospels identify the cup of the Last Supper as a relic with a future destiny. They tell the story of the meal. They tell the story of the crucifixion. Joseph of Arimathea appears as the man who asks Pilate for Jesus' body and places it in the tomb. But no gospel writer pauses to say, and the cup, by the way, should be remembered. That silence matters, because it means the Grail, as later generations understood it, was not inherited directly from Scripture. It was built, developed, imagined into being over centuries. The Grail story, as we know it, was born not in the New Testament, but in the literary, spiritual, and symbolic world of the Middle Ages. The first time anyone mentioned a mysterious Grail was around 1180 CE, in the work of the French poet Chrétien de Troyes. That alone is telling. The Grail does not first appear in a church decree, a saint's life, or a relic inventory. It appears in a romance, a courtly tale written for aristocratic audiences who loved chivalry, wonder, and moral drama. Chrétien's unfinished poem, Perceval, Le Conte du Graal, introduced readers to a strange and unforgettable scene. The young knight Perceval is visiting the castle of the wounded Fisher King. During a meal, a mysterious procession passes between the fire and the couch where they are seated. A young man carries a white lance that drips a single drop of blood from its tip onto his hand. 2 boys follow, holding high-quality gold candelabra with several burning candles. A damsel follows, holding a grail, a wide, deep dish or serving vessel made of fine gold and adorned with precious stones. Finally, another maiden carries a silver platter. The grail is so brilliant that it outshines the candles, much like the sun or moon overpowers the stars. The Grail, or Graal, radiant, richly significant but not yet clearly explained. And that word itself is slippery. In Chrétien's Old French, Graal or Grail probably referred not to a chalice in the later familiar sense, but to a serving dish, bowl or wide vessel. It is not necessarily a cup. It is not explicitly Christian. It is simply luminous, important, and unexplained. Which, of course, made it irresistible. Chrétien died before finishing the story. He left the procession unexplained, the symbolism unresolved, the destination uncertain. And in doing so, he created exactly the kind of narrative vacuum legends love best. A blank space waiting to be filled. What was the Grail? A relic? A symbol? A magical object? A test? Medieval writers rushed in to answer. Over the next few decades, poets, clerics, and storytellers transformed that mysterious vessel into something far more specific and far more sacred. A key figure in that transformation was Robert de Boron, writing sometime around the late 12th or early 13th century. Robert took Chrétien's evocative but ambiguous Graal and gave it a Christian biography. In his telling, the Grail became the chalice of the Last Supper, the vessel later used by Joseph of Arimathea to collect the blood of Christ during the crucifixion. That single interpretive move changed everything. Now the Grail was not just wondrous, it was holy. Not just mysterious, redemptive. Not merely the object of a knightly adventure, but a relic with direct connection to the Passion of Christ. According to Robert's version, Joseph of Arimathea later brought the Grail westward, eventually to Britain, where it became the centre of a hidden sacred tradition. This was a powerful claim in the medieval imagination. It linked Britain, and by extension Arthurian myth, not only to heroic legend, but to salvation history itself. The islands at the edge of Europe were now connected to Jerusalem. The court of Arthur could be imagined as standing in the afterglow of the crucifixion. The Grail had become the spiritual heart of a civilization. And so the legend expanded, weaving itself into the vast and growing body of Arthurian literature. This was the perfect setting for it. Arthurian romance already dealt in ideals, noble kings, flawed knights, enchanted landscapes, impossible tests. The Grail entered that world and became its highest challenge. In the Vulgate cycle, the post-Vulgate tradition, and later in Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, the Grail becomes the ultimate object of the Round Table's spiritual ambition. It is not won by strength or cleverness. It cannot be seized through military courage or courtly charm. It is not a trophy, but a revelation. Only the purest knight may approach it. That knight is Galahad. The son of Lancelot, Galahad is everything the other knights are not: spotless, spiritually disciplined, untouched by vanity, lust, or worldly ambition. If Lancelot represents brilliance stained by human weakness, Galahad represents idealized perfection. He was almost less a man than a theological argument in armor. And in the Grail stories, that is exactly the point. The Grail quest sorts the knights not by valor, but by soul. Some fail because they are prideful, some because they are violent, some because they are too entangled in earthly loves and loyalties. The quest becomes a spiritual X-ray. It reveals who they really are. When Galahad finally beholds the Grail in its fullness, the event is no ordinary discovery. It is mystical completion. In many versions, he does not return to ordinary life at all. He is taken from the world in holiness, his earthly journey complete. The Grail, then, is not merely found, it is seen, and that distinction matters, because seeing the Grail is not possession, it is illumination. By the 13th century, the Grail had become a kind of cultural Rorschach test. To monks and theologians, it symbolized purity, grace, sacrament, and the longing of the soul for God. To knights and noble readers, it was the ultimate test of virtue, a spiritualized version of chivalric achievement. To mystics, it could represent inner illumination, divine mystery, the hidden nourishment of the spirit. To poets, it was ideal beauty, always glimpsed, never fully grasped. This is one reason the Grail survives where so many other legends fade. It can mean more than one thing at once. It is both literal relic and metaphor, both object and longing, both history and dream. As Europe changed, the Grail changed with it. It proved astonishingly adaptable. When the medieval world waned, the Grail did not disappear. It simply changed costumes. The Enlightenment, skeptical of miracle stories, tended to treat it more as allegory or literary inheritance. The Romantics embraced it as a symbol of longing, transcendence, and unreachable beauty. The Victorians folded it into moral idealism, medieval revivalism, and a renewed fascination with Arthurian legend. By the 20th century, the Grail had migrated from manuscript to cinema, from theological symbol to adventure prize, without losing its aura. Few legends have reinvented themselves so successfully. But let's return to the question that started it all. Could the Grail actually exist? And if it does, where is it? This is where myth, archaeology, relic culture, and wishful thinking begin to overlap in wonderfully complicated ways. Because although the literary Grail was medieval, Europe has always loved relics. Bones of saints, fragments of the true cross, drops of holy oil, nails from the crucifixion, garments, thorns, vials, shrines. Medieval Christianity was full of sacred objects, each surrounded by local devotion and larger claims. In such a world, the desire to identify the cup of Christ made emotional and religious sense, even if the historical chain of custody was wildly uncertain. And so, over time, possible Grails began to appear. The oldest and most enduring claim centres on Glastonbury, England. A According to later medieval tradition, Joseph of Arimathea journeyed to Britain after the crucifixion, bringing the Grail with him. This story does not appear in early Christian sources, but medieval Glastonbury had every reason to encourage sacred prestige. It was one of the most important monastic sites in England, and deeply invested in legends that tied it to antiquity, holiness, and Arthurian memory. Joseph, in some versions, came to Glastonbury and planted his staff on Wearyall Hill, where it miraculously blossomed into a thorn tree. In others, he hid or buried the Grail nearby. The landscape itself became part of the story. At the centre of that landscape stands Glastonbury Tor, the steep, conical hill rising above the Somerset levels. Wrapped in mist, isolated by marshland in earlier times, it has the look of a place that was born for legend. It feels less like a hill than an apparition. Nearby lies Chalice Well, whose iron-rich waters run red with mineral staining. To medieval minds, and to many later pilgrims, the symbolism was irresistible. Blood-coloured water, sacred landscape, Joseph of Arimathea, the hidden Grail beneath the earth. Myth had found perfect scenery. Pilgrims called it holy, skeptics called it geology. Neither side has ever fully displaced the other. To this day, people come to Glastonbury not because there is proof, but because the place still feels charged. The story has settled into the ground there. Elsewhere, more tangible claimants have emerged. The most famous is the Chalice of Valencia, housed in the Cathedral of Valencia in Spain. Unlike many extravagant medieval relics, this one is surprisingly plain at its core. A small cup of dark red agate, mounted later on an elaborate gold base with handles and decorative elements added in subsequent centuries. The upper cup is ancient enough to attract serious attention. Some scholars have dated it to between the 2nd century BC and the 1st century AD, which places it within the rough historical time frame of Jesus. That does not prove anything, of course. There were many cups in the ancient Mediterranean world, and surviving antiquity alone does not establish identity, but it makes the object more plausible than many later medieval inventions. Tradition holds that the cup was preserved by early Christians, passed to Rome, then taken to Spain for protection during times of persecution or invasion. Elements of that story are difficult to verify, and the documented chain is incomplete. Still, compared with other candidates, the Valencia chalice has a certain restraint that paradoxically strengthens its appeal. It looks less like fantasy and more like the sort of object people might actually have used. For that reason, it has long been treated with unusual seriousness. Popes have used it in liturgical settings, though the Church has stopped short of officially declaring it the Holy Grail, which is perhaps the wisest possible position. Respectful, suggestive, cautious. Other contenders are scattered across Europe and beyond. There is the so-called Antioch chalice, now in New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art. When it was discovered in the early 20th century, some hailed it as the Holy Grail. Its silver form, ornate and ancient-looking, captured the imagination immediately. But later, scholarship cooled the excitement. Most experts now believe it was not a cup for drinking at all, but part of a standing lamp from the 6th century. Beautiful, yes. Important, yes, but almost certainly not the cup of the Last Supper. A wooden cup preserved in Genoa has also been linked to Grail traditions. as have various other relics claimed by cathedrals, monasteries, and collectors across centuries. Some are clearly too late in date, others are impossible to trace. A few may be genuinely ancient, but lack any convincing connection to the Passion. In a sense, this proliferation is exactly what one would expect. If the most sacred cup in Christianity ever became an object of public devotion, there would almost inevitably be multiple claimants. Relic culture encouraged both sincere belief and institutional competition. A holy object drew pilgrims. Pilgrims brought prestige, donations, attention, and influence. It is not always cynicism to note this. Medieval people believed deeply, but belief and benefit often travelled together. Then there are the theories that make historians sigh, archaeologists wince, and novelists lean forward with delight. In 1982, Michael Bagent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln published Holy Blood, Holy Grail, a book that proposed a striking reinterpretation. The Grail was not a cup at all, but a bloodline. According to this theory, Jesus and Mary Magdalene had descendants, and those descendants survived in secret, protected through history by shadowy groups such as the Knights Templar or Priory of Sion. In this reading, Sang Graal was transformed into Sang Real, royal blood. The Grail became not an object, but a lineage. It was provocative, dramatic, and wildly influential. It was also built on extremely shaky foundations, including dubious documents and speculative leaps presented with far more confidence than evidence deserved. Historians have repeatedly rejected its claims. The Priory of Sion, central to the argument, turned out to be a modern fabrication rather than an ancient secret society. And yet, the idea endured. Because it did what all successful Grail theories do. It transformed the legend without draining its magic. It offered secrecy, ancestry, forbidden truth, and sacred conspiracy all at once. Later, Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code would take these ideas and launch them into global pop culture, where millions encountered the Grail not as a chalice in a cathedral, but as a hidden truth concealed by institutions. Outlandish? Yes. Heretical, depending on your perspective? Certainly. Irresistible? Completely. But the power of the Grail myth lies precisely in this adaptability. The Grail is both sacred and secular, both physical and spiritual. It refuses to sit still. It becomes whatever an age most longs for. In an age of faith, it was salvation. In an age of chivalry, virtue. In an age of monarchy, divine order. In an age of romantic longing, beauty beyond reach. In an age of scholarship, a puzzle to decode. In an age of cynicism, it becomes hope itself, the suggestion that behind corruption, noise, and disappointment, something pure may still survive. That is why the Grail always remains just beyond the horizon of certainty. Once pinned down too firmly, it would lose some of its power. Its mystery is not an accident. It is part of the mechanism. Across literature and art, the Grail's image has evolved like a dream that refuses to fade. Wolfram von Eschenbach, the great German poet, reimagined it in Parsifal not as a chalice, but as a mysterious stone, the lapsit exilis, sustaining those who behold it. That version is one of the most fascinating departures in Grail history because it shows how little consensus there ever really was. Even in the Middle Ages, the Grail was never one stable object. It shimmered, it shifted, it resisted final definition. Later writers and artists continued the transformation. In medieval monasteries and scriptoria, illuminators painted Grail scenes in glowing manuscript colours, deep blues, burnished reds, and soft gold leaf, turning the quest into something almost devotional. Knights kneeling before radiant vessels, castles lit with holy mystery, processions moving through candlelit halls. These images helped turn the Grail from a story people heard into a vision people could see. The Grail became not just literature, but iconography. It entered the visual imagination of Europe. The great Italian poet Dante, writing in the early 14th century, never directly tells a Holy Grail story in the way Arthurian writers did. You won't find Galahad carrying the cup through the pages of the Divine Comedy. And yet Dante's world is filled with the same atmosphere of yearning for divine vision, purity, and ultimate truth. His poetry is about the soul climbing toward God through suffering, revelation, and grace. Because of that, later readers often place the Grail beside Dante in the landscape of medieval imagination. He did not shape the legend directly, but he helped shape the spiritual mood in which the Grail continued to make sense. Centuries later, in the 19th century, the English poet Alfred, Lord Tennyson, brought Arthurian legend back into fashion for Victorian readers. In works like Idylls of the King, he retold the stories of Arthur and his knights with a tone that was mournful, noble, and deeply concerned with morality. This was not the rough, strange medieval world anymore. In Tennyson's hands, the Grail became part of a story about purity, failure, temptation, and the sadness of ideals slipping out of reach. His knights are not just adventurers. They are flawed human beings, trying and often failing to live up to something sacred. That made the Grail feel less like a medieval relic and more like a symbol of impossible perfection. Then came Richard Wagner, the towering 19th century German composer who never did anything halfway. In his final opera, Parsifal, first performed in 1882, he transformed the Grail into music, ritual, and atmosphere. Based loosely on earlier Grail traditions, especially the story of Percival or Parsifal, Wagner's version is solemn, mystical, and emotionally enormous. The Grail in Parsifal is surrounded by wounded kings, sacred brotherhoods, compassion, suffering, and redemption. It becomes less an object to be found than a spiritual force at the center of a broken world. For many modern people, especially in Europe, Wagner's version helped redefine the Grail as something haunting, ceremonial, and almost liturgical. And then, just when the Grail had become almost unbearably solemn, Mark Twain arrived to poke it with a stick. In A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, published in 1889, Twain playfully and sharply mocked the romance of medieval chivalry. He sent a practical modern American back into Arthurian legend and let him collide with knights, superstition, and all the grand old illusions of the medieval past. Twain was not writing a Grail romance in the usual sense, but his irreverent treatment of Arthurian material helped shift it again. He exposed how easily these sacred old stories could become pompous, theatrical, or absurd. And yet, even in mocking them, he kept them alive. That is one of the strange gifts of parody. It tears down a legend while ensuring people never stop thinking about it. And then modern cinema arrived. Indiana Jones hunted it. Fantasy novels reskinned it. Video games turned it into a quest item. Television recycled it as code, relic, weapon, metaphor, and cosmic battery. Through all of this, one thing remained constant. The Grail is never really about possession. It is about pursuit. It is the light glimpsed through the trees, the gleam at the end of the corridor, the thing that promises meaning if only one keeps going. That is why the quest matters more than the prize. In the Arthurian tradition, most knights do not find the Grail. They fail, wander, repent, or die. The Grail exposes their limits. It is not there to reward ambition. It is there to purify it or break it. Lancelot, perhaps the greatest knight in worldly terms, cannot fully attain it because he is morally divided. He is brave, brilliant, and deeply flawed. That makes him more human than Galahad, and for many readers, more moving. His partial failure is one of the central emotional truths of the Grail tradition. Excellence is not the same as purity. The Grail stories know this. They are not naive tales about heroes getting treasure. They are stories about the painful distance between who we are and who we wish to be. And that, perhaps, is the real secret of the Grail. The Grail has never been meant to be found in the ordinary sense. In Arthurian legend, only Galahad, pure and almost impossibly sinless, achieves the complete vision. The rest encounter signs, wonders, warnings, and fragments. They glimpse what holiness might look like, then lose it again. The point is not ownership, it is transformation. The Grail teaches that enlightenment cannot be conquered like a fortress or collected like a jewel. It must be approached through worthiness, humility, and grace. And even then, it may not remain. Like a reflection in rippling water, the moment you try to grab it too tightly, it disappears. That idea gives the Grail an unusual psychological depth. It is not just a religious object or a literary symbol. It is also a mirror of human desire. We project onto it our hunger for certainty, innocence, transcendence, and proof. Whatever we lack most deeply, the Grail seems ready to provide. Which is why no single explanation is ever enough. Still, that has never stopped anyone from looking. Glastonbury pilgrims still climb the Tor in rain and mist, hoping for some private brush with the sacred. Historians and conservators still examine ancient chalices, studying stone, metal, wear patterns, provenance, and craft techniques. Writers still draw maps, decode symbols, invent lineages, and connect dots with the determination of medieval monks and modern conspiracy theorists alike. The search continues because the Grail is the perfect mystery. Unsolvable, but not empty. Inexhaustible, but intimate. It does not merely hide. It invites. Maybe the Grail's real miracle is this: that a story born in the minds of medieval poets still captures ours today. We still search for meaning. We still long for purity. We still want proof that something sacred survives the noise of history. We still hope that somewhere, whether in a cathedral treasury, an old poem, a hidden chapel, or the quiet chamber of the human soul, there remains some untouched vessel of truth. And whether we find it in a relic, a legend, a work of art, or a late-night film watched half awake, The Grail shines the same way it always has. Not simply as an object, but as a light in the dark. A promise that beyond all our failures and confusion, there might still be something worth seeking. And perhaps that is why it endures. Because even people who no longer believe in relics still believe, in some private corner of themselves, in the possibility of a Grail. If the ancient world had a celebrity artifact, it would be the Ark of the Covenant. Equal parts holy relic, weapon of mass destruction and divine mystery, the Ark has haunted human imagination for over 3,000 years. Said to have flattened city walls, parted rivers, and smited anyone foolish enough to touch it, the Ark stands as the ultimate sacred enigma. The very seat of God's presence, wrapped in gold and guarded by legend. Yet, for all its glory and terror, the Ark's current location remains one of the most enduring mysteries of all time. Hidden under a church in Ethiopia, buried beneath Jerusalem, lost to time, or perhaps waiting in silence to return when the world most needs it. Few objects from the ancient world carry quite this combination of awe and danger. Some treasures are valuable because of their material, some are famous because of who owned them. But the Ark occupies a different category altogether. It is not merely an artifact in the ordinary sense. In the biblical imagination, it was a meeting point between heaven and earth, a physical object that marked the presence of the divine in terrifyingly immediate form. It was portable holiness. A box, yes, but also a throne, a covenant, a warning, and a mystery. That combination is what has kept it alive in human thought for so long. The Ark is not just lost treasure, it is lost power. And perhaps power of the most dangerous kind. Power that is not human at all. The story begins in fire, thunder, and fear. After the exodus from Egypt, as the Israelites wandered in the desert, they came to Mount Sinai, where the biblical account describes the mountain wrapped in smoke, shaking under divine presence, with trumpet blasts, thunder, and lightning filling the air. Moses ascended into that charged and frightening landscape to receive the law. The God of Israel, unlike the carved gods of neighbouring peoples, was not represented by a statue. He was invisible, ungraspable, overwhelming. And yet he gave Moses very specific instructions for a sacred object that would mark his covenant with his people. Build a chest, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, 1.5 cubits high, made of acacia wood, overlaid with pure gold inside and out, fitted with 4 gold rings for poles so it could be carried without direct contact, topped with a lid of pure gold, the mercy seat, with 2 cherubim hammered from the same piece, facing one another, wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover like guardians of a divine throne. The precision matters. In the biblical tradition, sacred space is not casual. Measurements matter, materials matter, purity matters. The Ark is not a symbolic sketch. It is a constructed holiness, made according to command. Inside the chest would go the tablets of the covenant, the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments inscribed by God. Later traditions also associated it with a jar of manna, the mysterious bread from heaven that fed the Israelites in the wilderness, and Aaron's rod that budded, the staff that miraculously flowered as proof of priestly authority. These objects were not random keepsakes. Together, they represented law, sustenance, and divine election. Covenant provision and priesthood all gathered in one sacred container. And God declares that there, above the mercy seat between the cherubim, he will meet with Moses. That line is easy to miss, but it is everything. The ark is not simply a holy box for holy things. It is a meeting place. A throne without an image. A presence without a face. The earthly footstool of an invisible God. From that moment on, the ark became more than an object. It became almost a character in the story of Israel. Something not alive exactly, but active, charged, and impossible to treat as ordinary. It moved when the people moved. It rested when they camped. It travelled at the centre of their sacred life, housed first within the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary built for the wilderness journey. The tabernacle itself was a carefully ordered sacred environment of curtains, altars, incense, priestly garments, and ritual boundaries. At its innermost centre sat the Holy of Holies, and within that space, hidden behind a veil, rested the ark. Even in a camp full of divine signs, the ark was different. It was the holiest thing they possessed. And like many holy things in ancient religion, it was dangerous. When the Israelites carried the ark into battle, it was said to guarantee victory. When they reached the Jordan River, the priests bearing the ark stepped into the water, and the river parted so the people could cross. When it circled the walls of Jericho, accompanied by trumpets and ritual procession, those walls came crashing down. Taken together, these stories establish the ark as something extraordinary. Not magic exactly, and not merely symbolic, but an object through which divine power could manifest in history. To possess the ark was to possess, or at least host, the sign of God's covenantal presence. It was reassurance, legitimacy, and terror all at once. But the line between reverence and danger was always thin. The ark could bless. It could also kill. Anyone who mishandled it, even with good intentions, risked instant death. That detail runs like a current beneath all the stories. The ark is never treated as cute, comforting, or sentimental. It is holy in the older, harsher sense of the word. Set apart, untouchable, filled with power that does not bend to human convenience. The ark gave power, but it demanded awe. For centuries, it dwelled among the Israelites, first in the tabernacle, then in places associated with worship such as Shiloh, and finally, under King Solomon, in the first Temple of Jerusalem. That progression matters because it mirrors the development of Israelite worship itself. What begins as a wandering sanctuary in the wilderness eventually becomes centered in a royal capital. Under Solomon, the kingdom reaches a height of wealth, stability, and monumental ambition. The temple in Jerusalem becomes the fixed spiritual center of the nation, and the ark is brought into its innermost chamber with immense ceremony. In the biblical account, priests carry it in. The sanctuary fills with cloud, and the glory of the Lord is so overwhelming that the priests cannot continue ministering. Again, the message is clear. The ark is not a relic behind glass. It is the focal point of divine presence. There, in the Holy of Holies, the most sacred inner chamber, where only the high priest could enter, and only once a year on the Day of Atonement, the Ark was enshrined. That room was the spiritual center of a people, inaccessible, dark, silent, and dense with meaning. It was not to be looked upon, touched, or approached lightly. It was, in every available sense, the most sacred object in existence. And then, suddenly, it was gone. When the Babylonians conquered Jerusalem in 586 BCE, they destroyed Solomon's temple and carried its treasures into exile. This was one of the great catastrophes of ancient Jewish history. The fall of the kingdom of Judah, the shattering of the temple, the beginning of exile, the collapse of political independence. And yet, when later texts describe the temple's treasures being plundered, the Ark of the Covenant is conspicuously absent from the lists. This silence is one of the great engines of the mystery. If the Ark had been carried off to Babylon, why not mention it? If it had been destroyed, why no lament specifically naming it? If it had been hidden, by whom and where? The Bible, so attentive to the Ark in earlier centuries, goes strangely quiet. By the time of the Second Temple, the Holy of Holies appears to have stood empty of the Ark itself. Later, Jewish tradition remembered the absence sharply. The space remained holy, but the central object was no longer there. An object of unimaginable importance simply disappears from the historical record. And into that silence, speculation rushed. Some say the priests, foreseeing the Babylonian invasion, removed the Ark and hid it deep beneath the Temple Mount in secret chambers or caves prepared for such a moment. This idea appears in various Jewish traditions and later interpretive writings. In some versions, King Josiah, sensing approaching disaster, ordered the Ark concealed before the temple fell. In others, priests acted on prophetic warning. Hidden under the sacred hill, sealed away in tunnels beneath Jerusalem, the Ark would remain untouched until the proper time for its return. This theory has a powerful logic to it. If any group understood the Ark's significance and wished to protect it from desecration, it would have been the temple priests. And if there were anywhere to hide it, the labyrinthine structures beneath Jerusalem would be a natural choice. But proving such a theory is another matter entirely. The Temple Mount is one of the most politically and religiously sensitive sites on earth. Sacred to Jews as the location of the first and second temples, sacred to Muslims as the Haram al-Sharif. Home to the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, it is a place where archaeology, theology, politics, and identity collide with extraordinary intensity. Even small excavations in the surrounding area can trigger controversy. Digging beneath it in search of the Ark is not merely difficult, it is explosive. So the possibility remains suspended in place, imaginable, tantalizing, and practically unreachable. Others claim the Ark was taken far away, perhaps to Egypt or Ethiopia, where it would be guarded by those who still honoured the Old Covenant. This idea is older than many people realise. The prophet Jeremiah is associated in some later traditions with hiding the Ark before the Babylonian destruction. Some texts outside the Hebrew Bible, such as 2nd Maccabees, suggest Jeremiah concealed sacred objects on Mount Nebo. Other lines of legend extend the Ark's journey elsewhere entirely. carried southward out of the danger zone before Jerusalem fell. A few even suggest it was destroyed, burned in the chaos of the siege, its gold stripped or melted, its wood turned to ash amid the violence of conquest. It is certainly possible in a strictly material sense. Ancient cities burned, temples were looted, precious metals vanished into imperial treasuries. Wood does not preserve well in catastrophe. But emotionally, symbolically, the theory always feels thin. If the ark had been destroyed, surely someone would have said so. Surely a prophet, priest, or chronicler would have recorded the horror. Sacred objects do not usually disappear from memory without a funeral. That silence keeps hope alive. The most enduring and tantalizing claim comes from Ethiopia. According to the Kebra Nagast, a medieval Ethiopian epic compiled in the 13th century from older traditions, the ark was taken from Jerusalem by Menelik I, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. In this account, the Queen of Sheba visited Solomon, returned home carrying his child, and when that child grew into a man, he journeyed to Jerusalem to meet his father. On his return to Ethiopia, the ark accompanied him, whether by divine will, pious theft, or providential transfer, depending on the version. This story does more than explain the ark's location. It roots Ethiopian Christian identity in biblical antiquity, linking the Solomonic monarchy, the land of Aksum, and the sacred history of Israel into one continuous narrative. It is theology, national memory, royal legitimacy, and sacred mystery all in one. According to this tradition, the ark was brought to Aksum, the ancient capital of a powerful Ethiopian kingdom, and installed in a sanctuary where it has been guarded ever since. Today, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintains that the ark still rests there in the chapel of the tablet beside the Church of St. Mary of Zion. No one may see it, except a single guardian monk. Chosen for life, he never leaves the chapel grounds. He does not come and go. He does not offer tours. He does not present evidence. His task is not to prove. It is to guard. Visitors are turned away. No photographs, no scientific analysis, no peeks through the door, no public unveiling. The boundary is absolute. And that, of course, only deepens the allure. Every year, during the festival of Timkat, replicas of the ark, known as tabots, are carried in solemn procession through Ethiopian streets beneath richly embroidered coverings. Priests chant, worshippers gather. The atmosphere is ceremonial, layered, reverent. In Ethiopian Christian life, the ark is not merely a lost biblical object, it is liturgically alive. Every church contains a tabot because sacred presence, covenant memory, and continuity matter deeply in that tradition. This is one reason the Ethiopian claim has such enduring power. It is not just a relic story told to outsiders. It is woven into a living religious world. Western archaeologists, journalists, and adventurers have long begged to see the chapel's contents, offering publicity, scholarship, money, technology, and every other modern temptation. The answer remains no. The monks refuse every time. And because they refuse, the mystery remains intact. Those who have stood outside the chapel often describe a strange sensation, not proof exactly, but atmosphere, weight, silence, presence. a feeling that something significant is being guarded, whether or not it is the ark itself. Faith or psychology? Suggestion or sanctity? No one knows. But if you are going to hide the most sacred relic in history, there are worse places than the highlands of Ethiopia, where ancient Christian traditions run deep and time often seems to move according to older rhythms. Other theories are less romantic, but no less compelling. In the 1980s, amateur explorer Ron Wyatt claimed he had found the Ark in a chamber directly beneath the site of the crucifixion, complete with bloodstains he believed to be those of Christ having dripped onto the mercy seat through a crack in the rock above. It is one of those theories that sounds designed to leave historians staring at the ceiling for patience. Experts dismissed the claim as fantasy. No credible archaeological evidence supported it, and Wyatt's methods and conclusions have been widely rejected. But the episode is instructive. It shows how magnetic the Ark remains. Everyone wants to be the one who finds it. The Ark does not merely attract scholarship. It attracts revelation seekers, prophecy readers, treasure hunters, and people with an almost operatic appetite for sacred drama. Then there are the European legends. In medieval and early modern imagination, rumours spread that the Knights Templar had uncovered the Ark beneath the ruins of Solomon's Temple during the Crusades and secretly carried it back to Europe. The Templars, after all, were already associated in popular memory with hidden wealth, buried knowledge, cryptic symbols, and abrupt catastrophe. They made perfect recipients for a legend of forbidden relics. From there, the trail dissolves into wonderfully unprovable possibilities. Some say the Ark rests beneath Chartres Cathedral in France, hidden within sacred geometry and subterranean chambers. A visual depiction of the Ark is carved into the cathedral's north portal, and some researchers believe the building's geometry encodes this connection. A detailed carving on the north portal features a chest with iron hinges depicting the Ark along with its contents, the tablets of the law, the pot of manna, and Aaron's rod. Others place it beneath Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, a favourite magnet for esoteric speculation. A 15th century Scottish chapel is heavily linked by legend to the Knights Templar, and theories suggesting it houses the Ark of the Covenant, Holy Grail, or other treasures in a hidden underground vault. Proponents of the theory believe a massive, unexplored underground chamber exists beneath the chapel, rumoured to hold the treasure. The chapel's elaborate stone carvings are often interpreted by researchers and enthusiasts as holding clues and hidden Masonic or Templar symbolism. The 2003 novel and subsequent film The Da Vinci Code brought global attention to these legends, making it a mecca for medievalizing fantasists and increasing visitors dramatically. Still, others send it to the Vatican's archives, where it supposedly lies catalogued but concealed, too politically explosive ever to reveal. Each claim comes with its own symbols, maps, rituals, and whispered certainties. Each uses the Ark to illuminate whatever mystery its believers already find meaningful. That is one of the most fascinating things about the Ark as a legend. Like truth itself, it is often placed wherever people most want it to be. It's easy to see why the Ark has captivated so many. It's not just an artifact, it's an idea. The concept of a physical vessel containing divine power has enormous imaginative force. most religious traditions distinguish in some way between the sacred and the ordinary. But the ark makes that distinction brutal, immediate, and tangible. It is not just holy in a vague sense, it is charged, active, unmanageable. It protects and punishes. It blesses and destroys. The ark was both protector and destroyer, mercy seat and death trap. Biblical stories emphasize this repeatedly. When the Philistines captured it, treating it like a war trophy, disaster followed. Their god Dagon was found fallen before it. Tumors or plagues afflicted them, depending on translation and interpretation. Panic spread through their cities until they sent it back with offerings, as though trying to apologize to a power they had offended without understanding. Then there is Uzzah. When the ark was being transported on a cart and appeared to shift, Uzzah reached out instinctively to steady it. It is one of the most jarring moments in the Hebrew Bible. His action seems reasonable, even reverent, but he is struck dead. The lesson is mercilessly clear. Holiness does not become safe merely because one means well. The ark does not forgive human presumption, even dressed up as helpfulness. These stories can feel harsh to modern readers, but that harshness is part of the point. They belong to an older worldview in which the divine is not cozy. God is near, but nearness is dangerous. Sacred power is not available for casual handling. The ark embodies that principle better than perhaps any other object in biblical tradition. And yet, for all the tales of smiting and holiness, the ark also represents longing. That may be why it has lasted. Humans long for contact with the divine. We long for proof that heaven once touched earth in a literal, material way. The ark answers that longing with unsettling force. It suggests that transcendence was once not abstract, but housed, carried, veiled, enthroned among human beings. That possibility is intoxicating. To believers, the ark is evidence of covenant, of God dwelling among his people. To historians, if authentic, it would be an incomparable bridge between text and material culture. To the imagination, it is the ultimate mystery box, not because of what sits inside, but because of what it promises. Presence, contact, authority, judgment, hope. That is why the ark still appears in films, novels, sermons, and conspiracy documentaries. Popular culture cannot leave it alone. It is too vivid, too dramatic, too symbolically rich. In one moment, it is ancient treasure. In another, divine weapon. In another, proof of biblical history. In another, a metaphor for hidden truth too powerful for ordinary people to bear. From Raiders of the Lost Ark onward, the modern world has repeatedly reimagined it, often leaning into its volatility. Open the box, and destruction follows. Seek it, and obsession follows. Guard it, and your life narrows into sacred duty. All of that grows naturally from the older traditions, because the ark has always been represented as something that changes the fate of those who come near it. If someone were to find the ark tomorrow, the consequences would be difficult to overstate. Theologically, it would be seismic. For Jews, Christians, and anyone interested in biblical history, its existence would raise enormous questions about worship, continuity, prophecy, and the nature of sacred objects. Politically, its discovery could trigger conflict immediately, especially if found in or claimed by a contested holy site. Governments, religious authorities, museums, and international bodies would all be pulled into the struggle. Even militarily, the symbolism alone could be destabilizing. It would not matter whether the Ark actually possessed supernatural power. Millions of people would believe that it did, or fear that it might. In history, that kind of belief has consequences. For believers, it could be tangible proof that divine history once entered the material world in unforgettable form. For historians, it would be the find of the millennium. For governments, it could ignite crises no one knows how to contain. Perhaps that is why the Ark stays hidden. Maybe its disappearance was not loss, but mercy. A removal. A refusal to leave something so charged in the hands of empires, armies, collectors, tourists, and politicians. That idea too has a strange elegance. And so the Ark endures as paradox, both utterly real and eternally unreachable. Its absence keeps faith alive. Its mystery keeps imagination aflame. Unlike a relic displayed under museum lighting, the lost Ark remains active in thought precisely because it is not available. It cannot be measured, carbon dated, displayed, photographed, insured, loaned, or commodified. It escapes the ordinary machinery of modern explanation. It remains where all the strongest mysteries remain, just outside our grasp. Somewhere, perhaps, in a vault of gold or a cave of stone, or beneath a holy city, or behind chapel walls, or nowhere at all. It waits, silent and perfect, its cherubim still facing one another across eternity. And perhaps that is the most fitting ending. An object built to mark the presence of the unseen has itself become unseen, still feared, still desired, still hidden, still, somehow, holy. If you could time travel to the ancient world, one of the first postcards you'd want to send home would be from the hanging gardens of Babylon. Imagine it. Terraces rising like a green mountain above the desert, waterfalls glittering in the sun, vines tumbling over carved stone, and date palms swaying lazily in the dry Mesopotamian breeze. It sounds like something out of myth, and maybe it is. The hanging gardens are that rare blend of history and imagination, where fact blurs with poetry. They've haunted scholars, seduced explorers, and frustrated archaeologists for over 2,000 years. They are the most romantic of the seven wonders, and the only one that might never have existed at all. That uncertainty is part of their strange power. Most of the ancient wonders leave behind ruins, inscriptions, foundations, broken columns, enough stone to assure us that the dream once had weight. The hanging gardens are different. They survive most vividly in words, in second-hand descriptions, in classical admiration, and in the stubborn human feeling that something this beautiful ought to have existed. They are suspended between archaeology and longing, half monument and half mirage. The more one tries to pin them down, the more they seem to drift into the borderland between memory and invention. And yet the image remains irresistible. A garden rising where no garden should rise. green life stacked against the sky. Water climbing upward through heat and dust. It is no wonder the legend refused to die. Our first clues come not from Babylon itself, but from Greek writers who lived centuries after the gardens supposedly bloomed. That is the first complication. The hanging gardens do not enter history through the voices of the people who are said to have built them. They arrive instead through outsiders, later admirers, and compilers of marvels. Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, and Philo of Byzantium all described a wondrous terraced garden in Babylon, an engineering marvel where stone platforms supported soil deep enough for trees and where water was raised high above the plain to nourish an artificial paradise. Strabo wrote of vaulted terraces, layered one above another, planted with trees of every kind. Diodorus described a mountain-like construction of rising levels, thick with vegetation, watered by hidden machinery. Philo, writing in the tradition of ancient wonder literature, marvelled at human skill overcoming nature itself, as if the gardens were proof that architecture could imitate the gods. The details vary, but the central picture is consistent. An elevated garden, terraced, lush, extraordinary, fed by ingenious irrigation, and placed in Babylon, the city that already loomed in Greek imagination as a place of scale, strangeness, and splendour. To the Greeks, Babylon was a city almost designed to breed exaggeration. Its colossal walls, whether as massive as later tradition claimed or merely enormous by ordinary standards, inspired awe. Its temples and ziggurats rose above the flat alluvial plain like mountains made by kings. The Ishtar Gate, with its brilliant glazed bricks and striding bulls and dragons, must have seemed almost unreal to foreign eyes. The city was rich, ancient, layered with imperial grandeur, and tied in Greek thought to stories of Eastern luxury and extravagant power. In that context, a garden floating above the earth fit perfectly. It was not just plausible, it was poetically inevitable. If any city could grow a mountain of trees out of baked brick and royal ambition, surely it was Babylon. But here's the catch. Not one known Babylonian record ever mentions the hanging gardens. Not one royal inscription. Not one administrative tablet. Not one building text. Not one self-congratulatory statement from a king eager to immortalize his own genius. This silence is not a trivial problem. Mesopotamian rulers were not shy about recording their achievements. They commemorated city walls, canals, temples, palaces, military victories, restorations, dedications, statues, religious offerings, and construction works in meticulous detail. Nebuchadnezzar II, in particular, left numerous inscriptions celebrating his rebuilding of Babylon. He liked to boast, and Babylonian scribal culture was extremely good at preserving boasts. So the absence is glaring. It is rather like discovering that the Egyptians forgot to mention the pyramids. Of course, silence does not prove non-existence. Records are lost, archives burn, bricks erode, entire libraries vanish. But when a monument of such extraordinary scale supposedly existed in one of the best documented cities of the ancient Near East, the lack of local mention becomes deeply unsettling. And so, the puzzle begins. Were the hanging gardens real? Were they misplaced? Were they exaggerated Or were they one of history's most successful misunderstandings? The story most people know attributes the gardens to King Nebuchadnezzar II, who reigned from 605 to 562 BCE. He is the obvious candidate. Nebuchadnezzar was Babylon's most famous ruler, the man who transformed the city into one of the glories of the ancient world. Under his reign, Babylon was rebuilt and enlarged on an astonishing scale. He restored temples, strengthened fortifications, embellished processional ways, and turned the city into a political and ceremonial showpiece. If anyone in Babylon had the resources and ambition to build a wonder, it would have been him. According to later sources, Nebuchadnezzar constructed the gardens for his wife, Amytis of Media, who missed the green hills and wooded mountains of her homeland. Babylon, for all its splendor, lay in a hot, flat river plain. To soothe her homesickness, the king is said to have ordered the construction of an artificial mountain of terraces, lush with imported trees, flowering plants and shaded walkways, a little fragment of Media raised improbably into the Mesopotamian sky. It is a beautiful story, too beautiful perhaps, which has only made people love it more. A king builds a mountain garden for his lonely queen. Love becomes architecture. Homesickness becomes wonder. The desert blooms because someone cannot bear to see the woman he loves stare too long at flat horizons. History has always had a weakness for that sort of tale. And yet even stripped of romance, the concept is astonishing. Imagine the logistics. Tons upon tons of soil hauled upward and contained safely on terraces, retaining walls capable of holding not just dirt, but saturated earth and mature trees with deep roots. Stone vaults and platforms strong enough to support gardens, pathways, water channels, and perhaps even pavilions above. And above all, water. Endless water. This is the detail that makes the gardens feel either supremely real or gloriously impossible. Mesopotamia was not devoid of irrigation genius. Quite the opposite. The civilizations of the Tigris and Euphrates were masters of canal building, water management, and agricultural engineering. Their whole world depended on controlling rivers, but lifting large quantities of water high into the air every day to support terraced gardens would still have been a remarkable feat. It would have required labour, machinery, planning, maintenance, and technical intelligence on a scale worthy of a royal obsession. The hanging gardens, if they existed, were not just beautiful. They were hydraulic audacity. When German archaeologist Robert Koldewey excavated Babylon at the turn of the 20th century, he was determined to find them. Koldewey was one of the great early excavators of Mesopotamia, and his work at Babylon transformed modern understanding of the site. He uncovered the foundations of Nebuchadnezzar's palace, sections of the Ishtar Gate, ceremonial ways, city walls, and major architectural remains that made the grandeur of Babylon tangible again after centuries of dust and speculation. But the gardens remained elusive. What he did find was a curious structure near the southern palace area, a series of vaulted rooms built with unusually thick stone walls, alongside evidence of wells or shafts that might have had something to do with water lifting. Koldewey believed he had found the substructure of the hanging gardens. To him, the vaulting suggested support for terraces above, and the nearby water features seemed to fit the ancient descriptions. For decades, his interpretation carried enormous influence. It was neat, plausible, comforting. At last, the wonder seemed anchored in brick and stone. But archaeology is often cruel to tidy solutions. Later scholars raised objections. The location did not match where some classical sources seemed to place the gardens. The structure was not obviously high enough or grand enough for the descriptions handed down in Greek texts. Its form could be explained more prosaically as part of the palace complex, perhaps storage rooms, administrative space, or infrastructure unrelated to any giant terraced paradise. In other words, Koldewey may have found something important, just not the thing he hoped for. And so the mystery, which had seemed briefly within reach, slipped away again. That is the pattern with the hanging gardens. Every proposed answer blooms for a moment, then fades back into uncertainty. Then came one of the boldest reinterpretations of the whole problem. In the late 20th century, Assyriologist Stephanie Daly proposed that the Greeks were not wrong about the gardens themselves. They were wrong about the city. According to Daly's theory, the famous terraced gardens were not in Babylon at all, but in Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire, some 300 miles to the north. Over time, she argued, later writers either confused the cities or used Babylon more loosely as a generalized symbol of Mesopotamian grandeur, allowing the wonder to drift southward in the historical imagination. It was a startling idea. Also, an elegant one, because it explained the central problem in a single stroke, why Greek writers described the gardens vividly, while Babylonian records remained silent. Perhaps Babylon was silent because Babylon had never had them. Daly's evidence was compelling enough to make many scholars take the theory seriously. In inscriptions from the reign of the Assyrian king Sennacherib, who ruled from 704 to 681 BCE, she found references to extraordinary royal gardens and to advanced waterworks built around Nineveh. Sennacherib boasted of a palace without rival and described landscaping projects of enormous ambition. He wrote of bringing water from distant sources, of irrigating gardens, orchards and parks, of creating lush cultivated environments where nature had not provided them easily. One text describes water being made to flow through conduits in powerful abundance, almost in the language of wonder. Other inscriptions and archaeological remains suggest the construction of aqueduct systems and water-raising devices so sophisticated that some have wondered whether they anticipated technologies later associated with Archimedes. The nearby aqueduct at Jawan, built of stone and inscribed with Sennacherib's name, is especially striking. It is one of the oldest major stone aqueducts known, proof that Assyrian engineers were capable of moving water across difficult terrain on a monumental scale. And once one starts imagining a terraced royal garden fed by such systems, the classical descriptions begin to feel much less fanciful. If Daly is right, then the hanging gardens were not only real, but different in character from the traditional romantic story. They were not a Babylonian husband's gift to a homesick Median queen. They were an Assyrian king's demonstration of imperial power through engineering. That may sound less sentimental, but in some ways it is even more impressive. Sennacherib's Nineveh would then have featured terraces of greenery, shaded walks, fruit trees, flowering plants, perhaps exotic species gathered from conquered lands, all sustained by one of the ancient world's most remarkable hydraulic systems. In that version, the wonder was not just aesthetic, it was political. It announced dominion over landscape itself. It said that the king could command rivers, reshape topography, and manufacture abundance under a brutal sun. A conquered world supplied the plants. An engineered world supplied the water. Royal will supplied the rest. And yet, the Babylonian version refuses to die. Partly because Babylon is simply the more mythic name. Nineveh is grand, but Babylon glows in the imagination with a different kind of intensity. It carries biblical resonance, imperial arrogance, apocalyptic symbolism, luxury, decadence, vast walls, sacred towers, and the old dream of human beings pushing themselves to divine extremes. Babylon is not just a city in cultural memory. It is an idea. If any place could host a garden suspended above the desert, surely it would be Babylon. Then there is the romance of Nebuchadnezzar and Amytis. Love stories are powerful solvents. They dissolve objections. They soften chronology. They make engineering feel intimate. It is one thing to say a king built an elevated, irrigated park to demonstrate domination over nature. It is another to say he built paradise because the woman beside him missed her green hills. One is imperial spectacle. The other is human tenderness turned monumental. History does not always reward tenderness with evidence, but legend loves it. There is also a deeper symbolic reason the gardens have endured. They sit at the crossroads of several of humanity's oldest dreams. The dream of making the barren bloom. The dream of elevating nature into architecture. The dream of remaking the landscape so completely that art and environment become one. The dream of paradise, not discovered, but constructed. In the ancient Near East, gardens were never merely decorative. They were signs of order, kingship, fertility, and control. A king who could irrigate, cultivate, and shade the land was not just beautifying it. He was proving his legitimacy. He was showing he could mediate between harsh nature and civilized abundance. In that sense, the hanging gardens would have been more than a pleasure ground. They would have been political theology in plant form, an artificial Eden, a green argument for royal power. Today, the ruins of Babylon and Nineveh lie quiet beneath layers of dust, conflict, memory, and broken empire. At Babylon, ancient walls and foundations still trace the geometry of vanished greatness. At Nineveh, mounds and ruins mark the remains of an Assyrian capital that once terrified the world. The irrigation systems that fed ancient fields have collapsed or shifted. Palaces are gone. Reliefs have been damaged, moved, or destroyed. Kings who once boasted that they rivaled the gods now survive in fragments of inscription and carved stone. The desert, as ever, has been patient. It has reclaimed what rulers once forced upward into glory. And yet, when the wind passes over these landscapes, it is not hard to imagine something more. The rustle of leaves that are no longer there. The shimmer of water moving along hidden channels. The smell of damp earth in the heat. Myrtle, cypress, palm, figs. The faint coolness beneath a trellised shade, while beyond the walls the plain lies yellow and bright. That is the ghost of the hanging gardens. Whether historical or imagined, it is vivid enough to linger. And perhaps that is why they remain such a powerful mystery. Because even if the gardens never stood in Babylon, they may have stood in Nineveh. And even if they stood nowhere exactly as described, the legend preserves something real about the ancient world. Its technical brilliance, its appetite for grandeur, its fusion of engineering with royal display, its conviction that civilization was measured partly by the ability to command water and cultivate beauty. The hanging gardens are therefore not a simple yes or no question. They are a layered historical echo, maybe a memory displaced from one city to another, maybe a wonder transformed by Greek retelling, maybe a real royal garden inflated into marvel, maybe several traditions braided together until they became a single shimmering image. That complexity only makes them more fascinating. Because real or not, the hanging gardens of Babylon are proof of one of humanity's most enduring dreams. That beauty can be built. That paradise can be engineered. That nature and imagination can be persuaded for a moment to cooperate. That even in the heart of the desert, something green might rise. And perhaps that is what makes them the greatest wonder of all. Not that we can prove every stone, not that we can measure every terrace, but that across millennia, people kept returning to the same impossible vision: water, climbing, trees hanging in the sky, and a garden refusing to belong to the earth.